Okay. Excuse me. Bueno, good morning, buenos días a todas y a todos. Sí, me voy a permitir hablar en español, es más fluido para mí. Okay. Bueno, primero que todo les quería dar la bienvenida, ¿sí? Al primer encuentro internacional o la primera convención internacional sobre el inglés, la enseñanza y la tecnología, ¿ya? Eh, eh, voy a dar las presentaciones formales, ¿sí? Bueno, le damos la más cordial bienvenida a todos ustedes. Entregamos un cordial saludo a las autoridades que nos acompañan hoy. Saludamos al doctor Rodrigo Vargas Victoria, decano de la Facultad de Ciencias de la Educación, además de los directores y directoras de las direcciones de la Universidad Católica del Maule. ¿Ya? Autoridades universitarias, señoras y señores, muy buenos días. ¿Ya? Quisiera plantear y principalmente dos puntos, ¿sí? En la conversación de inicio, ¿sí? Primero que todo, estamos en el marco de la primera conversación o la primer encuentro sobre la educación del inglés y la tecnología, ¿ya? Ha sido un foco de incipiente desarrollo y reflexión de parte de nosotros, de la Dirección de Formación General de la carrera de Pedagogía en Inglés y en general de la universidad, de tal manera de poder permanentemente hacer un monitoreo frente a la educación del inglés, ¿sí? Nosotros sabemos que es un área que es sumamente importante, no solamente para los focos específicos con respecto a lo que significa la carrera de profesor de inglés, sino que a la emergencia profesional de la universidad. Por lo tanto, en ese sentido, nace esta convención internacional, ¿sí? Nace desde ahí, nace desde el buscar un espacio de tal manera que podamos reflexionar e innovar permanentemente en una actividad que toma tanta trascendencia como un segundo idioma, ¿ah? En nuestro mundo profesional. Y bueno, dentro de la búsqueda, permítame hacer también un poco de registro histórico, ¿sí? Lo que hicimos junto al equipo de pedagogía en inglés, en este caso junto a Valeria, Bruno, Alejandro, empezamos a buscar cuáles eventos hoy día en Chile existen que traten especialmente sobre la enseñanza y el aprendizaje del inglés y que vincula la tecnología. Sí, y nos dimos una sorpresa porque no encontramos mucha información sobre eso y por lo tanto hemos decidido levantar esta propuesta, ¿sí? Que muy amistosamente fue planteada y invitado a usted y agradecemos nosotros por supuesto su participación. Bien. Bueno, y el segundo punto que les quería comentar, que esto coincide también en el marco del lanzamiento del proyecto UCM 2099, ¿sí? Es un proyecto institucional que está a cargo, en este caso, de la Dirección General de Docencia y que
tiene que ver con aspectos que son tangenciales, pero de tremendo valor para que efectivamente nuestros niños puedan hablar y leer en inglés. Y al parecer la tecnología es uno de esos medios. Hemos visto, por ejemplo, cuando nuestros niños aprenden a jugar al LOL y a una serie de juegos tecnológicos, cómo es solo ese hecho de desarrollo tecnológico les permite avanzar aprendiendo inglés. De una manera bien particular, pero captan, entienden. Lo que hemos pasado por un proceso distinto nos cuesta más, nos dificulta más. Primero hablar y después leer, pero nos dificulta. Y por supuesto la universidad, a partir de estudios generales, pero también con la Escuela de Pedagogía y el Departamento de Inglés, de idioma, ¿no? Se organizan para poder llevar adelante un proyecto como este, de dar cuenta de la política pública por un lado, de permitirnos avanzar sistemáticamente, porque hoy día el inglés es el idioma universal, y así lo advertimos, ¿no?, en las publicaciones. Cada vez estamos mandatados a aumentar nuestra producción científica, y estas producciones científicas están particularmente, o la gran mayoría, en inglés. Y por supuesto, para cumplir con estos desafíos, estos espacios de reflexión, estos espacios de desarrollo, estos espacios de aprendizaje, estos espacios en que expertos nos vienen a entregar también propuestas para avanzar en ello, es muy relevante y muy importante. Para la Facultad de Educación es un honor contar con expertos, con quienes nos acompañan, así como con los profesores, tanto de Instituto de Estudios Generales como de la Facultad de Educación, para llevar adelante este congreso. Les deseo mucho éxito y mucha suerte en este proceso. Muchas gracias.
Good morning. Well, dear authorities, Professor Kessler, colleagues, presenters, and students. It's a pleasure to be here today, starting with this first Congress, where two important areas are going to be linked. A bit of history, according to what our dean said, and don't worry because I'm not going to speak too much. In the first place, to remind you that in 2003, the Ministry of Education of that time said Chilean people would be bilingual by 2010. Do you remember the name of that Ministry of Education? Vital, yes, he was the one. Unfortunately, some years later, we can say we are not a bilingual country in spite of the government efforts. Like, for example, the English Opens Doors program, which was created to be in charge of implementing strategies to support English language teaching and learning. Do you know the English Opens Doors program? Yeah. Yes, of course. It could be possible that some of you who are part of the audience today were or are beneficiary of strategies implemented by the program. For example, the one called Pingüinos Sin Fronteras. Yes, good. Summer and winter camps. Yes, good. The semester abroad scholarship. Yes, good. Offered to future English teachers. In this case, future teacher could stay a semester studying in an English-speaking country university, and so many other activities. These are only some of them. You know, many of our students from this university have traveled abroad to study one semester in an English-speaking country. Neil is there, yes, Natalie too. Yes, I don't know the others, but I know the two students are here. English teachers. Now, we are in a generation where technology has surrounded us from all sides. Our everyday life runs on the use of technology. At home, yes, technology is there. At university, technology is there around us. Because of technology, we have a significant amount of knowledge to improve our lives and solve problems. The relationship between humans and technology has continued for ages and has given rise to many innovations. So we have come to the moon. So in this context, it is possible to connect English learning and teaching and technology. It could be something that it has been doing from a long time ago, but it's nowadays that most of us have realized that it's really possible. Challenging, of course, but also with a great number of opportunities to support English language learning and teaching. That's why we are here today, to learn some of the alternatives we have when working with technology and English language. Thanks a lot for being here, and let's have a very good experience. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, decano. Muchas gracias, Valeria. Bien, y ahora vamos a iniciar el evento con el invitado internacional, nuestro keynote speaker, ya, el doctor Greg Kessler. ¿Sí? Con quien comentaré una muy breve bibliografía, ¿ya? Muy breve, porque realmente Greg ha realizado numerosas publicaciones y ha ofrecido conferencias y charlas en todo el mundo. Sus investigaciones se centran en la tecnología, la enseñanza, el aprendizaje, la cultura y la lengua, con especial atención en la formación de profesores. Es el editor fundador de la serie de libros Calico Equinox, Advancing Call Practice and Research, y del foro Language Teaching and Technology de la revista Language Learning and Technology, entre otros. Actualmente es director del Departamento de Estudios Educativos de la Universidad de Ohio. Recibamos con un gran aplauso al doctor Greg Kessler.
Buenos días. All right, so yeah, I am very excited to be here for your first Congress on this topic. The topic of technology and English education is something I've been working on since the last century. So some of us have been doing this for a long time, and I'm going to be sharing a lot of my a lot of the things that excite me about this topic. And I could talk to you all day, all week, all month, all year, and give you completely different things to talk about every day. I've been working with teachers here for the last 2 days already, and we are not out of ideas yet. And I'm glad to work with brilliant people here, so that's been fantastic. So I'm going to share some ideas with you, some explanations about things that are happening in the world as well, not related to language education, but we should be using these innovations, these trends, these ways that society is changing toward the goal of English education, right? So, so some of the things I'm going to show you may seem really futuristic, but they're all happening right now. And some of them might be very, very simple and basic, and you think, oh, what does that have to do with English education? But I think everything has something to do with English education. The whole world is filled with material that is has potential to be used for teaching English. So I'll start with that. So I want to give you an overview of what we're going to be talking about. Of course, everything we talk about these days is influenced by the pandemic, right? And as awful as it's been, in fact, I lost my brother to COVID. And it's been terrible for many people, but there's a silver lining to the pandemic, and that is that all educators now have a basic understanding of what it means to teach online. And I'm very grateful for that, because I've been trying to convince people to teach online for decades. So I'm very grateful. And all the things I'm going to be talking about are partly influenced by the pandemic, but they're more effective in normal times as well. I want us to think about how we think about instruction, how we focus our organization of instruction, the effectiveness of it, the authenticity of the materials and the activities that we engage in, and the potential for instruction. I'm very focused on creating compelling and engaging learning experiences. So these are creating opportunities for learners to learn better because of the experiences that they engage in. And often that is not the result of a teacher being in charge of things all the time. It's often the result of the design of these experiences that allow them to explore language in ways that they weren't able to before that. This allows them to maintain connections with each other and with other speakers of English, which, by the way, is typically not native speakers. It's other non-native speakers of English. The majority of English spoken in the world is between non-native speaker and non-native speaker. So being exposed to a variety of Englishes, as we say, is really valuable. It's harnessing this cognitive surplus, this ability that we have as humans to be creative, to think beyond our own needs for survival, to promote participatory culture. That is the culture of the internet. It's the culture that everyone contributes to and helps to build together. And it wouldn't be the same if it was all being built by one person or one kind of hierarchical structure as things have been in the past. And again, we're promoting this authenticity. So I want to share some things about the way we use technology in our daily lives. When I go to visit somewhere, one of the first things I do is I visit a website like TripAdvisor. You're probably familiar with this, right? And I assume you're familiar with these photos. These are nearby. I haven't seen any of them yet, but hopefully I'll get a chance to see them. But I do this, and when I'm traveling, I saw this in an airport 3 years ago in Japan. This is a robot that walks through the airport and helps you find your gate. Or if you are looking for food, it helps you find a place to eat. Or if you need help with anything else in the airport, the robot is there walking around and it smiles at you. This is the back of the robot, by the way. It has it's basically an iPad. That's its face. And it smiles at you and it asks you if you need help. This is the real world. This is what we do. And this is what you've probably heard stories like this. The future of work is very uncertain. And there's this idea that we will not need to work. In fact, we will be taken care of by these robots. I don't know if I believe this, but this is the world we live in. These are the stories that we are surrounded by. And we live in a world where this is the way that we can learn about history. So this is a video that shows you hundreds of years of the change of history. You can see the timeline up at the top across Asia and Europe. And it's showing you political boundaries changing. Now, I could lecture you for about an hour on this topic, or you can watch this animated video that's just beginning in the corner. It takes a while. It's not the most exciting thing, but you get the idea. It's another way of getting information that I think is much easier to process and to comprehend than having to read chapters and chapters of a book and read the same information, right? And by the way, I'm going to be going through a lot of slides really quickly. At the end, I'm going to give you a URL so you can download the PowerPoint and you can watch all of these at your leisure. So you can watch it all day long if you want. See, I think materials like this have great potential for being used in English education because you could be going through this and stop at any point and ask students, you know, what happened at this point? Why is the entire map suddenly one color, right? Well, we're getting to points. Well, there's the Holy Roman Empire, for example. You can see the Ottoman Empire. You can see all kinds of different changes, right? I think it's pretty interesting material. But we're not going to watch the whole thing. We live in a world where we also have organizations like this, the Malala Fund. This, you probably know who Malala was, right? This organization has existed since her story became popular around the world, and it raises money for young women to get educated around the world in places where they might not otherwise have access to education. We also live in a world like this where we have social media. This is a social media site that you've probably never heard of. It's not so popular, but even unpopular social media sites have thousands, if not millions, of users. And this is a site that encourages you to do good things for other people. And you get credit when you do something good. And you are encouraged to get other people to do something good. I think that's a good kind of social media site. Most social media is not so good at that sort of thing. Yet, in spite of all of that, when we go into classrooms, I go into classrooms all over the world, I see something that looks like this in many cases. I'm happy to say that at UCM, I don't see this. I see very futuristic classrooms that are designed in very thoughtful ways and are flexible to be used in a variety of ways. So I was really excited to see this campus because that's not what I see in most places. It still looks like this, you know, it's black and white to exaggerate the situation. But other than that, you know, it's the same thing. So I want to share some data with you that I think helps to justify the need to use digital materials and digital contexts for teaching. And this is one of the 7.9 billion people living on the planet today. 58.4% of them are active social media users. So this includes every living person. This includes infants and the elderly. So all of the people that are within the age range that we are teaching are definitely going to be a higher number than that, right? So I think this helps justify that. And like I said, I've got a number of these slides. Some of them I'm going to go through really quick. And if you want to look at the data, you'll have it, so you can do that. The growth of social media use is increasing by 10% every year. So this is January of 2022. So we can anticipate that everyone will be reached at some point soon, right? And in one way or another, even those of you who say maybe you don't use social media, I think you're influenced by social media in your lives. So I think that's really interesting. Internet use is constantly increasing, right? Which is a great thing. The overview of internet use is total population, again, was 7.9 billion, right? We have 4.95 billion. I call that 5 billion. I think that's pretty close. Of total internet users, and they're using it a lot. 7 hours a day on average. 7 hours a day. I'm beginning to think maybe we aren't working already, right? If this is what we're doing. So here is an overview of how that has shifted over time. It's kind of surprising that in 2020 and 2021, the numbers didn't go up even more because of the pandemic. But I think people were trying to find anything they could do. All kinds of things. In social media use is increasing even more rapidly than general internet use. This is an overview of the amount of time spent every day based on age groups. So you can see this is younger and that is older. That's no surprise, but it's nice to see every group is active. This is an overview of the main reasons people use the internet. This is the time spent using social media and the portion of time online that is spent using social media, which is very high and increasing all the time. The amount of time using these specific apps. So YouTube and Facebook are the most common. WhatsApp is after that, and you're familiar with all of these, I'm sure. So this is TikTok. If I was talking to you 5 years ago, I wouldn't have even mentioned this one, right? This is how quickly the world is changing, and everybody knows what TikTok is now, right? But yeah, so these things are so rapidly changing that it requires us to be kind of constantly aware of what's going on in order to stay current. The amount of Instagram use has increased dramatically as well. And then this is showing you all of those platforms and how much they're used. So like I said, we don't need to get into all of the details of all of this. I just want to show this to you. And if you want to explore it more, you can. I'm interested in things like this because this is about the use of online video, which is, I think, one of the primary ways that we use technology for education. I have had a number of PhD dissertations that I have supervised that are looking at different aspects of how we use online video, how we deliver online video, how we can control our own use of online video in order to learn. As I mentioned to the teachers I've been working with the last few days, I've learned a lot more from YouTube than I ever learned from school. I'll confess it again. I've never said this publicly except in Talca. So here, online video as a source of learning. Again, you've got the age groups in this breakdown. I think we all know if there's something you need to learn quickly, something you want to repair, maybe you want to cook something you've never cooked before, the first place to go is YouTube, right? It's not just me. I hope not. And we have tools like this, online translation tools. I think as we're trying to strive to be a bilingual country, translation tools play a role in that. They can be helpful as we move toward learning new languages. Often they are seen as a crutch that interferes with learning language, but I think they can be used as tools to help learn language. And this is getting into the stuff that I'm really excited about. So using voice assistants, which is the fact that I can control my computer or any sort of digital device with my voice, and that I can get a response that is auditory, or in other words, I can hear it, right? So I can speak and listen to the device without having to use a keyboard or a mouse or some object that interferes with my communication. So it's a natural way of communicating, and it's something that those of us in language technology education have wanted for decades. And now we have it. And I see people hardly ever use it. I don't understand why. So I want to encourage that. Although it's nice to see this is being used here, but I think this is more like Alexa, Alexa, order me a pizza, right? Not Alexa, teach me Spanish or something, right? Yeah. Oh, the map is a little drowned out here, but you can see the names of places. So this is one of the challenges that we face in this new digital world that is so amazing and offers us so much. There are still people all around the world that are not connected, right? And these are the countries that are most affected by that. You'll see the majority of these are in Africa. Chile is not one of them, so there's no excuse. There are other concerns too. Our privacy and our security and our data should be protected, and we should be careful with that as educators. We should take that into consideration whenever we're using students' data. But I think we can use students' data for lots of things in lots of different ways. And I'm going to be talking about these themes today. We have this diversity of social and language practices. This is really what I'm most interested in. I really don't care about the technology necessarily. It's that the technology offers us these opportunities to engage in social experiences that require communication, right? And so that's what excites me about the technology. I know some people like to just use technology regardless of what it is because they just love technology. That's not me. If I think it's not being used to promote communication, then I think you should stop using the technology. I think it serves a purpose as a tool. We have a variety of learning environments. We have an improved understanding of learning design. We have a lot of forms of artificial intelligence and automation. I'm going to be showing you examples of these. Augmented reality, data and learning analytics, ongoing assessment, the potential for individualized learning, and the Internet of Things and the future of assessment. So one of the things that I like to start with is this map. This is a map of places that I have given invited talks like this. And I once taught an entire English class using nothing but maps. I think I'm fascinated by maps. I love maps. I think Chile is a unique country whenever you look at a map, right? You are at the bottom of the world, right? I think it's a fascinating idea. And in fact, I added this yesterday during my workshop with the teachers. So it wasn't on there until yesterday afternoon. But this map, I made this really for myself to remember all the places I've gone, but these maps can be used for all kinds of educational purposes. You can make them, you can collaboratively make them with students. Students can make them for each other. You can use them to make games. You can use them to inform all kinds of different things. We saw the map of Europe. There's going to be a theme throughout my talk about maps. So I think you can learn a lot with maps. Here, in fact, is a map I just added to this yesterday as I was working with a group talking about public administration and English for specific purposes. So this is a map that looks at the levels of freedom of expression last year across the world, right? And I'm happy to see the United States and Chile are both at the top of this list for allowing freedom of expression. That means that you are able to go and express yourself freely in the public domain without fearing for your life, right? You'll see the countries that are lighter colored and light green, for example, you'll see Russia over there. Not so much. And so you can see the levels here, and there's some gray countries that no data. So for example, I guess there's no data for Greenland, and there's no data for Cuba. We have other maps. We can learn all kinds of things through maps. Human rights protection, this is data from a couple of years ago. And so similar related topic. And you could talk about this with students in many different ways. You could have them write essays about it. You could have them, this is a way they begin to explore a topic, and then maybe they do some reading. Then maybe they search the internet to get some data. In fact, the map is supported with a data set, so the students can then look at the actual raw data in order to better understand it. But you get this quick glimpse of this and you understand things very, very easily and very quickly. It's very salient, right? But there are also different ways of viewing things. I think this is a really important aspect of the way that information is presented on the internet and how we think about things and how we present things ourselves. So this is a map of world population density. So you can see, for example, we have a friend here from India. So you can see how dense India is compared to Chile. Chile looks like nobody's here. And over here, yeah, look at that. And you see this part of Europe, you see the eastern United States is much more crowded than the middle of the country, right? So this is one way of viewing this information. Here's another way. That's a really different map, but the size of the country is representative of the population of the country. I think it's fascinating how we can use these infographics to present things in different ways, right? So again, this does not look like the actual land mass of the world. India is much larger than it actually should be. And you can see the United States, Mexico is suddenly almost as large as the United States, right? So, and look at Africa. By the way, Africa is always misrepresented on maps anyway. It's always smaller than it really should be. So we have a history of some strange things that happen in cartography, but that's not the topic of this talk. But and there are some, like I said, I'm going to share some basic things, some simple ways of using technology that I think are really meaningful and effective. And then I'm going to share some really futuristic things that I think are really exciting. This is a YouTube video that I saw just about a week ago in Indonesia. And this was made by English students in Indonesia who were sent out into their community and were documenting what was happening in their community around traditional cultures, and they were doing it all in English. And they were sharing it with the world and with each other. And here is the description of that same video. And that video was viewed 1.8 thousand times. I think if you can get your students to go out and make YouTube videos in English about something that's happening here locally that they're interested in, and they get feedback from all these people, that's fantastic. Feedback from anyone other than you as their teacher is really, really valuable, right? We give students feedback all the time. We're all really, really busy. We only have so much time to give feedback. You'll see, I was the last one to give them feedback during the presentation in Indonesia. But I think the internet itself is a really fascinating topic that would make a great topic for a class. The internet is your textbook. The internet is used as a corpus already. If you're not familiar with what that means, a corpus is a large body of text, right? It's a body of language that we use to study language or to learn language. And so the internet is already being used by people that way anyway. But this is an overview of what happens in 1 minute on the internet in the year 2021. I haven't been able to find the 2022 version yet. I did look again last night. I try to keep this as current as possible. So there are, for example, 9,132 LinkedIn connections, new connections made in 1 minute on the internet. If you have LinkedIn, you should connect to me, and I'll make, I don't think I'm going to make 9,000 in 1 minute, but I'll make 5 or 10 maybe. And again, there are different ways of presenting information. All kinds of information can be presented differently. So this is an overview of social media and social networking, right? You're probably familiar with all of these icons. Here's another one. This is presented like the periodic table, right? So this is it's not the elements, but it's the periodic table of social media. And yet this is another way of looking at this same thing, and it's looking at how we're networked with each other, but it's still just representative. This is an actual set of data that shows the connections between people. And in fact, data like this from English classes is used as a way of recognizing when students are connecting with others and when they're not, right? So if I'm this student right here, there's a problem. If I'm this student, I think things are going great. right? You recognize that? I mean, we could get into details. There's probably a lot of information that we're overlooking, but just on a surface level. And this is another similar network. These are charts that are being used in order to study social networks, right? And I have students I supervise who are doing dissertations about social networks and how that influences people and how they're able to learn from engaging in social networks. And I guess it's worth mentioning that if you're not familiar with the term social network existed long before social media, right? It represented our social networks in the real world that we had. So even, 500 years ago, the social network of people was the community that they engaged with. So maybe that's one thing you can learn today if you didn't know that. And yet, a completely different way of looking at these same kind of networks, right? So my point with this is there's always an alternative to how we can present information. And some of them are going to be much easier for students to understand and take away in a more meaningful way than others. And I'm going to take a step back every few slides and show you something really practical and simple. This is probably my very favorite website for teaching English, which is Youglish. I mentioned Corpus earlier. This is using YouTube to teach English. You can also learn some other languages, but most of YouTube is in English. And you use the entire collection of YouTube as a corpus. So you can search for a word or a phrase or a sentence, and you get to hear multiple versions in a variety of Englishes of that phrase. So in this case, I search for the phrase don't know, and I have 113,061 examples to listen to. So after I'm done listening at the end of a week, I probably know how to say don't know pretty well. And I understand how many different people with different kinds of English say it. One of the examples of automation that is helping many people is this one, Grammarly, and this is a tool that people use to correct their writing, but it's also a tutor. It's teaching you as you are writing. And hopefully you are learning from it throughout the process, so you are becoming a better writer as you use it more and more. This is a freemium site, which means it's free to a point, and then you pay for premiums. I love the free part. I never do the emium part. I'm always for the free part. There are really simple tools that have no connection to education or language education that are really just supposed to be fun. And so this is one of them, making comics. Telling stories, writing stories is one of the most traditional ways of practicing English, right? And so with this website, and it's one of dozens that you can use in similar ways, students can make their own comics with their own story, or they can make it about something that they're interested in. Maybe they're fans of Star Wars. They can make a comic about Star Wars. Or they can make a comic with their own picture and their friend's picture. And so they are the stars of their story, right? Or maybe it's just their family. That's up to you and up to them, but it's a really great way for them to be able to express themselves. Another great, really simple collection is this. This is called Elt Pics. And this is a curated, archived collections of photos to be used in English education in a variety of different ways. I can tell you in the early 1990s, I mentioned I've been doing this since the last century, right? I was a supervisor at an English school in California, and one of the best resources we had was photo albums. And they were hard copy photo albums. There were no digital photo albums. This was 1993. And so we had one photo album of occupations, jobs. We had one photo album of people, so lots of different kinds of people. One photo album of nature, right? And these resources were used all the time, and I collected these for quite a while. It's a great resource. But we're going to get into the more technologically sophisticated things here with artificial intelligence, or AI, and automation. Now, I showed you Grammarly. We're going to see some others as well. We have natural language processing, which means that language can be represented by computers that seems like it's made by humans, right? We have automated linguistic analysis. I'll show you some examples of that. You're all familiar with translation tools, automated speech, automated writing, and we have bots, including robots and cobots. Has anyone ever interacted with a bot on the internet? If you're not raising your hand, you don't know what a bot is. Well, maybe. Well, that's the good side. The other side, if you have a friend on social media that you've never met in person, it's quite possible that friend is not a real person. 72% of all internet traffic comes from bots and not from people. So if you've ever interacted with someone and you've never met that someone, it's quite possible that it's not a someone. So that's just, but we can, and that's kind of scary in a lot of ways for a lot of reasons. In fact, a lot of people have suggested that the only reason that we had our last president in the United States was because bots spread so much misinformation that manipulated the election. And I have no other explanation for Donald Trump. I'm sorry. So we have things like augmented reality. If you don't know what this is, this means you point your device at the world and you get to see an extra layer of information. So at my university, I have been working with students for many years to tag our entire campus in multiple languages. So you can read signs all over the campus that are in Swahili or in German or in Spanish. So this is great, but you can also see things like this, where you can go shopping, where you can get food, other things like that.
Across
Familiar with this?
amazing marches
Well-known
discovered.
example of augmented reality.
Undiscovered species are appearing. These creatures.
So the reason I show that video is because I think it helps you recognize what augmented reality is, because that is the most popular worldwide example of augmented reality. And it's so engaging that I think it's the kind of thing we should be using for English education. Very near where I live, there were two teenagers playing Pokemon Go, and they were so caught up in the game that they climbed a fence, a 12-foot high fence, 12 feet, right? You know, so that's a tall fence, into a tiger enclosure on the edge of a zoo. So they were in the fence with tigers. Yes, yeah, tigers. And they had to be rescued. Fortunately, they were saved, but that's how engaged they were in the game. I want our students to be that engaged with learning English. Oh, Google Translate, everybody knows this, right? But Google Translate is beyond just a tool. It's a community of people who are interested in learning language and sharing language. This is one of the examples of an automated linguistic analysis tool. So this, the URL's at the bottom, by the way, and you can use this tool, which was created just for doing research, for studying the complexity of language, right? Studying the sophistication of language. And I was at a presentation at a linguistics conference, and I went up to the speaker and I said, you know, you could use that for teaching English. And he said, I never thought about that. And so I've been trying to promote the use of it for teaching English. So if you're not familiar with linguistic analysis, there are 80 different ways to measure syntactic complexity that are documented in the literature. Syntactic complexity just means how good is your grammar, right? That's basically what that means. And so with this tool, you can take any text, plug it in here, and you can choose one of these 80 measures. I choose the most basic ones that make sense to me, and you get to see a graph. If I had a second set of text, say a revision of that text, right, or another draft of that text, then I could see that in red. If I have a third one, it comes up as green. So I get to see a visualization of my own writing and how it's improving over time, or of my students' writing. But I think teaching students to use tools like this to see their own development is really valuable. A lot of times students are improving, but they don't recognize that they're improving and they lose motivation, right? And so, and we tell them, oh yeah, you're improving, but they don't always believe us, right? But if they have something like this that actually, you know, scientifically shows them this visual representation, I think that can go a long way in helping with that. Okay, so now the really exciting stuff. The future. We have technology transparency, which means that we don't know technology is there. We don't have to know technology is there. We shouldn't know technology is there when it's really working well and doing everything we need it to do. We have the metaverse. You've heard of the metaverse? Not Doctor Strange and not the Spider-Verse. It's the metaverse, which is also referred to as the Internet of Things. Everything is connected in all kinds of complex and crazy ways. But augmented reality is really like the gateway, the entry to the metaverse. So when you saw that Pokemon Go, that's just the beginning of this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these, and these are the things that really get me excited. Like I said, all of this is actually happening right now. It's getting better in the future, and it's going to happen in more sophisticated ways in the future, but it's all happening right now. We have simulation and immersion. I teach a class every year about augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and simulation and immersion. I've been teaching it for 6 years now, so it's been happening for a while. We have the integration of experiences, of a variety of experiences. So your personal life, your work life, your fantasy life, all kinds of different things coming together in this metaverse, right? We have blurred lines between IRL. We have any gamers in the room? Okay, you know what IRL means, right? In real life, I spelled it out for those of you who don't know what that means. In real life, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality, and whatever's coming next. And the thing that excites me the most about this, that everybody could use for your class this afternoon, if anybody's teaching this afternoon, is this idea of having a virtual shared space that we can use as a shared learning context. And so we have shared physical instructional spaces, like the space we are in right now. We are in a physical space together. We have shared online instructional spaces. I know there's a camera over here, and there are some students in another room, and there are some people on the internet elsewhere as well, right? So we're using both of those right now. We have authentic virtual space. So now we're getting the virtual space. So I could take a picture of this room, and I could put it on Teams or Zoom behind me, and then next week I could pretend I'm in this room again, right? That's an authentic space. It's a real place that exists, but I'm using it virtually in that example. We have simulated virtual space. So this is a space, if I take a picture of this room and I add buttons on it so we can interact with it. So I could click on your face and then I hear you talk, for example. That would be a simulated virtual space. We have artificial space. So this is a space that doesn't really exist. So I could create something that comes from a work of fiction. I mentioned Star Wars earlier, so we could be on Tatooine, right? We could be on another planet and look at that space. We have game spaces and we have other shared spaces. So this is one of these examples. We experiment with virtual reality. It's not very exciting to look at somebody wearing a virtual reality headset, but it's pretty interesting when you do it yourself. So yeah, I don't expect a lot of excitement from that picture, but this one I do.
Between virtual and real worlds.
So we're seeing the space that he's immersed in.
Now, imagine if I could look at all of you and dial from real humans into elves. When technology truly understands our world, it will again transform the ways we interact, the ways we work, and the ways we play. Less than half a century ago, two courageous men landed on the moon, using computers that were less powerful than the phones in your pockets. 600 million humans watched them on grainy black and white televisions. And the world was mesmerized. Now imagine how our children and their children will experience the continued exploration of space with technology that understands this world. We already live in a world where real-time universal translators exist. And I can swim, and I can already see holographic telepresence in our near future. In fact, since we've been lucky with our demo so far, let's try doing something else even more crazy. I invite you to experience, for the first time anywhere in the world, here on the TED stage, a real-life holographic teleportation between me and my friend, Dr. Jeffrey Norris from NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Fingers crossed. Hi, Jeff. Yeah. Whew, that worked. How are you doing today, Jeff?
So this
So,
is
can you tell us a little
this
bit,
is from
Jeff?
3 years ago. This is not even today. This is 3 years ago. So next time that I come here, maybe I don't come here, but it seems like I'm here. I don't want that to happen. I want to come here. I want to be here, but this is using the Microsoft HoloLens, and there's a video here that's demonstrating this. Again, you can download this and you can look at this on your own. We don't have time to look at everything that I want to share with you. I have too many things I'm excited about, and so we'll go past
My
that.
name is Lance Tiesling. I'm in middle school in Eagle Grove, Iowa.
No. Sorry about that. I accidentally clicked the button. Oh.
My name is Lance Tiesling. I'm in middle school in Eagle Grove, Iowa. Eagle Grove is not a very tall place. It's actually very flat. This is the tallest building on Main Street. It is about 50 feet tall. When I grew up, I want to be an architect and design skyscrapers. Yesterday at school, we were on a class trip, but this was not a normal trip with buses. This was something very different. The very first expedition we went on was to the Burj Khalifa.
Good, grab two hands and put them to your face.
It's so tall.
Here we go. 53rd floor.
So this is a shared virtual reality experience, which is something you can do by simply buying these little cardboard VR goggles, which might cost you $2 for each one. It's very cheap. And it gives you this shared experience where you can travel together to any place that might really exist or might be in a fantasy, might be in some work of fiction. There are thousands of 360-degree immersive experiences that are already available through Google Earth and Google Expeditions and Google Arts and Culture, but there are also all kinds of other organizations as well that make these available. I'm going to show you some of them. So this is the Google Arts and Culture collection. You can travel all around the world through this, and you can learn all kinds of different things. There are over 1 million different tours just in the United States alone. So I think you could have a whole class where you just visit these places in the United States, which happens to be an English-speaking context. And so you can go there to have your students speak English in all kinds of different places, right? This is an overview of some of the places that exist in Google Earth. So you can go to a number of places like the Taj Mahal, for example, and to Mount Everest, New York City. There are all kinds of experiences where you immerse yourself in this 360-degree world and you can walk around and it feels like you're there. And you can watch that later. This is another example. This is a simulation of ancient Rome that is built completely inside of the game Minecraft. And I'll let it play a little bit so you can get an idea of the level of detail. I believe it was 2014 or 2015 when the entire country of Denmark had been mapped inside of Minecraft. So you could navigate the actual entire country of Denmark. So yeah, you have things like this. So you can meet in this space. This is just a video, but you can walk through this and control it and navigate it yourself with a group of students and be talking about ancient Rome, for example. You can go to places like this, the Great Barrier Reef. Again, you are immersed in this. It's a 360-degree experience. You can swim with sharks in a safe way. And you can do things like this. So I made this video in my office using Zoom. I know you use Teams here at UCM. I use Teams in my school too. I could have used Teams for this. I made this to just demonstrate I can create an immersive experience with a picture or a video behind me, and then me and my students can meet inside of this environment, and everybody puts this picture or video behind them, and we have this shared immersive space. So I'm going to show you the example.
I could be in a kelp forest. I could be on Mars. I could be in front of the building where I teach, hanging out with Bernie. I could be in Minecraft, traveling through the city of Los Angeles. I could be in a classroom with a group of children. I could be wandering through virtual Pompeii.
So I was actually in Pompeii in 2017, and that's why I had this. I had already walked through it virtually before going there. And it's amazing to do this anywhere you go. You get this experience and you feel like, oh, I remember when I was, oh no, I was never here. But I remember it. So the Mars, this is 360-degree navigable view of Mars that was made available by the Mars rover. The Louvre Museum is also available. You can tour the entire museum 360 degrees, the Museum of the World or the British Museum. We have things like this with shipwrecks. There's unlimited number of opportunities to use this. The Smithsonian museums in DC, which are open and free to the public all the time anyway, are now open and free to the public from anywhere in the world, right? So you can go and visit those. I think it's a great way to put students into an environment where using the language becomes much more meaningful. There's always something to talk about happening there. There's always something to write about and describe. And this is my last slide. And I think this is a reflection. This is from something I wrote recently. All teachers need to be prepared for the increasingly technologically driven future. As these digital spaces diversify, they promote different kinds of language production. And this evolution presents limitless potential for language learning experiences. This potential can only be realized by those who understand these opportunities. And as I said, it's from this collection that I edited last year. So with that, here's the URL to the talk, and thank you very much.
What's the role of average indicator that's making things interesting, amazing, and like the last sentences not shown us. For people who really understand. I think as a person who is really fond of teaching, I think we have to grab that something that's never changed, that never changes in the ever-changing world. That is keep curious. Keep ourselves curious, creating all opportunities out of things that is come up Pics that is coming in and leaving us constantly, but we still have that. It's something that never changes, which is the curiosity, critical thinking, creativity, all these conjunction of things that would make our students explore the world. As teachers of English, we don't just teach people who are becoming teachers of English. Since we have a different approach of preparing students of different professional areas to become users of English. Among them, they could be informatics and linguistics. Through showing them how carefully, how critically we are using these digital technologies in classroom to help them learn English, we can somehow make them become aware of what they are learning to do in the future. When they start working as professionals in their area, they will be aware of the future they are going to create through their hands by implementing their knowledge, professional knowledge, into their works. For example, an informatics engineer who creates new digital technology to make people's life easier. That's what I say. Create opportunities for you. And well, really appreciate all the opportunity that Professor Kessler and Professor Gallagher have brought us. And really nice to see young future teachers of English are interested in all these topics. And to sum up, I would say it's not about what we are using our culture. It's about how and when and with whom we are using these tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I went back to this slide. I was going back looking for a slide to provide some context for my response to the beginning of your question. What will teachers do? You'll notice other than Youglish, everything I showed you has no language, right? The teacher provides the language. The teacher provides the experience, and the curiosity. Like I said, I mean, I guess there's look around. The only language on this 360-degree view of Mars is it says look around. I think those are good instructions, and it supports what you're saying about curiosity, right? In fact, you know the name of this device? Curiosity. It's the Curiosity rover. Yeah. So that's really interesting, but it's just a blank canvas. It's just an open space, and the teacher is critical to make the decisions about what happens in that space. So I think you followed up with some of that anyway. So yeah, thank you. Mm.
I think that one area that I'm thinking about
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't think it's possible for anybody to know everything that's happening with technology today. I mean, I try. It's my job, and it's hard for me. And I don't expect any English teacher to, but I do expect you to know something about it, right? And I do think I'm very fond of using the things that we use in everyday life because people are already familiar with it, right? You don't have to teach students a new tool. Find out what they already use, find out what they're already interested in, and then use those things to engage with them, because I think that's how you will get them interested in learning English. All you do is introduce how to work that in English, right? So yeah, I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Are there questions in the other room? Oh, yeah.
Hello? Yes. Please.
Hello. Thanks for the talk, first of all. My question is regarding the context in which these tools can be used. What's the role of technological education for students? Because it's not just get with a new tool in the classroom and, okay, guys, today we're going to walk around the Coliseum. So what's the role of the prior work that needs to be done in order to get to this amazing point of using technology at this level?
Well, so I was already beginning to answer that with my last comment, right? Because if you use the things they already know how to use, there's no need to train them. But you might need to train them. You might need to train them in how to use it appropriately for learning, right? But so as I said earlier, I'm gonna make myself look old again, like I have a couple of times. I started doing this in the last century. When I started doing things with technology, everything had to be programmed. I had to learn programming to do things. Today, I mean, to navigate ancient Rome in Minecraft, all you have to do is know how to use a mouse, right? Or if you're in an environment where there's actually a sensor, you can just walk. You can actually walk. We have a lab where you can do this and you're walking down the street in ancient Rome. So that makes it even more kind of meaningful and authentic, right? So I think there's very little training, but the training is really, this is how we use things for learning instead of just for play. Because even I didn't talk about TikTok and how we might use it for education, but I'm sure once you start thinking about these things, you can come up with 1,000 different ways to use TikTok as a learning tool, right? And it's going to be different from the way that students use it in their own private lives, I hope, because, right, I think what they do is going to be different. Who they're doing it for is different, right? So you have this, I think that raises an important aspect of language use. So a lot of the training is really kind of related to thinking about language anyway. We're talking about audience and register and other things like that, right? And appropriateness, maybe formality. So things we already address in English education. But I appreciate the thought. And I think you had a...
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Well, I have a few observations and one comment and one question also. Thanks a lot, Professor Kessler, for your wonderful presentation. We really appreciate and we really enjoyed the whole the data you presented about the internet uses, about the social media uses around the globe, and the different tools which you have provided to us to use it. The different tools which you have provided for the educators, for the English language teachers, which they can use. And the one example which you gave, which I also personally feel is very important, is this relation between the theoretical knowledge and applying those theoretical knowledge into practical classes, which is very much important. So that is really appreciated. However, my observation and my critique to this whole use of internet is also in terms of how far, till what point should we give the access in the role of internet in the daily use of the classroom. Because as you gave, for example, this engagement or the motivation, I know there are many theoretical concepts like theory of social constructivism or theory of motivation, theory of engagement, etc., which can be applied, and then we can gain some insight into the use of social media or internet. But this, how far can we go? As you gave the example of the two kids who climbed 12 feet and they were not, no, they're engaged into that activity of playing games or whatever. But then that has a, no, each coin has a two sides, there are two sides of each coin. So until what point should we give this access to the internet to those those who are imparting classes? This is my question. And second, also, how much we talk about internet, social media, and etc. in the formal setup around the globe, which this is my personal observation, still there lacks something in the curriculum as such. Although we can say, let's use internet, let's have engagement, let's have students get into these kind of games, etc. But in the formal setup, when we talk at the university level, in the policy formation, in the etc., there is still some lack of inclusion of these technology or internet in the, although ICT is there, but still I think at the university level there is a lack in that field. So what would you comment on that?
You can hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, so I appreciate your comments. That's in both of your questions seem like they're almost opposite questions, right? How far should we go? When is too far? And why aren't we doing anything? Why haven't we gone far enough? So I mean, I think we can go as far as we need to go. I think if people start learning too much English, we can stop. Is that going to be a problem? But I mean, I'm being facetious. I'm joking a little bit. None of this has to happen in the classroom. In fact, most of this can happen outside of the classroom. This can be in addition. This is where students get to experiment and experience the language. Maybe what happens most of the time in the classroom is more formal instruction, and then this is where they get to practice. But I think some of this should happen in the classroom. How far is too far? I think that's going to be different for every class and every group of students and every setting. As far as what universities are doing, I think there needs to be more done. I agree. And part of that would be defining how far to go, right? I mean, I do think these skills and these experiences, as was suggested earlier, they extend beyond learning English. They extend into all kinds of careers, all kinds of professions. A lot of, like I said, I could talk to you all day, all week, all month, all year about this. These virtual immersive simulation experiences, this is how doctors are being trained today, which I think is amazing. It also, it lessens the need for resources. I saw doctors being trained in Botswana from the Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. I was sitting in the room, I was right next to a dummy, a fake human body, right? And there are gloves on the dummy and there are no hands. The hands are automated, and the student operating it was in Botswana. You know where that is, right? That's Africa. So it's pretty far away. So I think if it's being used by medical schools to train surgeons, then we can do these things for teaching English. And it's just fantastic that we have the resources. But you're right, the curriculum needs to catch up.
No, there is time. Don't worry. Yeah, I had two questions on the streaming transmission, and Darwin Quesada comment. No, Isabel Arganon asked, it is recommended to use electronic device in classroom, but not necessarily virtual classroom.
What kind of classroom? Not necessary virtual?
Classroom.
I missed
Yeah. Uh,
Your English is great. It's not
yeah,
your English.
I don't worry. I don't believe you. It is recommended to use electronic device in classroom, but not necessarily virtual classroom.
So is it recommended to use electronic devices in classrooms, but not necessarily virtual class? I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, all of these things can be used in virtual experiences, but I think the majority of them are really designed for in-person classes. Yeah. Yeah. I guess I didn't see that. Thank you for your interpretation.
And another question is, you told us about the bad side of internet. In which way we as teacher can avoid that for students?
That's a really now that requires more than just a yes. Yeah, this is one of the areas that requires us to have more literacy about the internet and about technology in general in order to keep our students safe. There are a lot of potential hazards on the internet. Well, I mentioned about bots, right? And the idea that 72% of all internet traffic is bots. Well, a lot of those bots are not trying to do good things for you. They might be trying to deceive you, to lie to you about something. Like I mentioned, Donald Trump. I don't like to say that name very often. They might be trying to steal your money. They might be trying to break into your bank account because we all bank electronically, right? They might be trying to do all kinds of malicious things. So we need to be aware of those things in order to keep our students safe. But that's just one more reason why we need to have technology preparation for teachers that is appropriate. So one topic is, dealing with these kind of threats while also recognizing all of these possible benefits and opportunities.
Please again.
Oh, and ethical.
Ethics has to be.
Well, yeah. In fact, yeah. That's worth elaborating on because I could have given this entire talk about ethics, and I could have given this entire talk about using student data, which I have been talking a lot with the teachers here the last couple of days. I think we can use the data that we observe from students every day in all kinds of ways. We can use them to design materials for future students who are similar. We can use them to evaluate our students without having to give them tests that are separate from the instruction that we're giving them. There's so much we can do with student data, but it all revolves around ethics and how we limit our use of that data and how we anonymize that data in some cases and how we protect students. So yeah, that is a really important topic. And it's one, I teach an entire class on ethical use of student data. So yeah, we could talk a lot.
Okay, two questions more. First one.
Good morning. So earlier you showed this interesting example of, the video about Pokemon Go, this game of Pokemon Go. And then you give like this interesting example about two students who were engaging in the game and who climbs, I don't remember the name of the object that you said before. Yeah. So my question is, how can we do that in the classroom? How can we engage the students? To be engaged in this specific in the classroom as they are in the game. As they are focused in that playing that game. How can we do that in the classroom? Is that possible? Will teacher ever be able to do things like that in the classroom?
Thank you.
People can hear me. Yeah, I have seen students get just as excited as that when games are being used appropriately in classes, when there are social activities that make students forget they're in English class, and instead they think they're just having fun, and they're learning about other people, and they're learning about other places in the world, and they're learning about exciting topics that they are interested in. Just like people are really interested in Pokemon Go. What is something that you are very interested in personally? Yeah. Yeah. So for someone like you, if a class is organized around that topic, whatever that topic may be, you're probably going to be really excited, right? And I can tell you one resource that you might find useful. There's a free book. Again, I like that word free. I know English teachers like that word a lot. There's a free book called Teacher Craft, and it is all about different teachers around the world using Minecraft in different educational settings. So while it's specifically about Minecraft, which I think is a great platform for this, and I'm using this as my example because I've seen classes using Minecraft where students get this excited. It has these stories of teachers teaching all kinds of subjects, language, math, geography, using Minecraft, but the stories can be applied to many different contexts. So it's not limited to Minecraft. You know, you can read it creatively and you can use their experiences to inform your own. So yeah, I think it's very possible. I think it's very possible. And you know, maybe you actually have students play Pokemon Go to learn English. The interface is in English. If the students are communicating in English and maybe they have to report on what they did to you in English. So if that's what they happen to love, then use that.
The second one?
Thank you, Professor Keller, for the presentation. Well, I wrote some important notes on the authenticity being incorporated thanks to the use of technologies. Help us to make them work collaboratively, which is very important. So based on those things and many others that you know, to what extent do you think technology help us to better understand the way we learn or we can best learn?
That's a really good question. That's a really important area too. I think a lot of us probably never really understand how we best learn. I probably didn't know until I was a PhD student. It took me a long time, but I think some people never know. They do whatever is available, right? They do whatever is happening. But I think, like I showed the automated syntactic complexity analyzer, tools like that, tools that can take your language production and illustrate it back to you in a visual manner, I think can help you recognize what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. I think the way that we can collect lots of data, like I was saying, about everything a student does, it's one thing if I spend all week in class and at the end of the week I sit down and I think, well, Wednesday was really good and Thursday wasn't so great, but I had that one talk with that teacher. I'm not sure if I remember exactly what he said, but if I have a data log of everything that happened, I look at that at the end of the week and I can see where I was successful and where I wasn't. I get a much better critical awareness of what I've done, and that should influence how I behave next week, right? So I think a self-motivated student who's taking who is an autonomous learner is what we call that in research, is going to be somebody who uses that data meaningfully. And I think without that data, you know, right now it's anecdotal, right? And I think a lot of our anecdotal observations are not really always accurate. We think we're making good decisions about the world, but we don't always have enough information, but this is giving us that information. So I think that's one of the greatest opportunities there is. Right, right, right. So yeah, while I think it's really good for students to reflect on their own learning, it's also really valuable for teachers to have a better understanding of students. And you know what? Teachers could benefit from better understanding their own behavior as well. I've done a lot of research about autonomous behavior among teachers and teachers learning to be autonomous learners in order to continue learning throughout their teaching career.
Yeah, Rose.
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a comment.
what I find inspiring about this new generation of teachers, and this is a pat on the back for English pedagogy here at UCM, is how well they integrate technology into the classrooms. And I find that, why do I say that's inspiring? Because I'm an older teacher and I am not a digital native. And so to coexist with teachers, younger teachers, this young generation of teachers is fantastic because they really kind of help us relax a little bit because they are also very willing to help us with technology. And so I think it's so important for older teachers to coexist with the younger ones because they really, really help us integrate technology into our classrooms as well. So congratulations, because I've had the opportunity to get to know many of the teachers that have graduated from this university that are now working as English teachers, and they are all using technology in their classrooms in a way that I never thought possible. So congratulations. Whatever it is you're doing, it's great. And I think I'm happy to coexist with these younger technological teachers.
Yeah,
Do you want to comment?
I want to comment on that because I'm also not a digital native, but as I like to say, I play one on TV or here on the stage. So yeah, and it's not just the age of these teachers. Having been here for a few days and working with these teachers, I don't see this most places I go. I work with teachers who are of the same generation in many countries, and they're not using technology the way it's being used here. So I'm also very impressed. Yeah.
Well, great. Always is necessary the rethinking how to implement it, the artificial intelligence in the education. So for me, it's a great challenge about your reflections.
Yeah. Yeah, I can. So I just barely touched on artificial intelligence, right? And I'll just a little bit, but we are on the verge of a huge breakthrough with artificial intelligence. So, I mean, within our lifetimes, within our careers, no matter how old you may be or think you are, how close you may think you are to retirement, we are going to be seeing amazing developments with artificial intelligence that really alter all fields of education. So not just language, I mean, all areas of education and all areas of human life. I mean, it's incredible, but it is just beginning to develop. I was reading a story this morning in the New York Times. I read the New York Times every morning. It's a good thing. You should encourage your students to do that. It's one of the best sources of English out there. And I read it on my iPad every morning. And this morning, I was reading a story about how artificial intelligence is just passing this threshold where it's demonstrating human thinking capacity. People have been saying things like this for a while. Some people who are kind of futurists, who are really kind of like exaggerate these things. And then there are other people who are very critical. And then there are people who are really scared. It's a really frightening thing in some ways. But this article was from a very kind of neutral, middle ground perspective about how breakthroughs are happening right now that are really dramatically changing. So while I talked about the bots that you might interact with, you might interact with some artificial intelligence in the near future that really, really convinces you it's a human, that demonstrates emotions, that demonstrates, sophisticated critical thinking, probably beyond what a lot of humans demonstrate. Because there are a lot of humans who don't demonstrate really good critical thinking. I mean, we all know that. Nobody in this room. This is an educational environment, so.
Okay, thank you very much. Démosle un aplauso a nuestro. I give you a little gift, for you. Thank you very much, Red. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to the coffee, please. Okay. There is so many reflection about your presentation because
Aló, sí, sí. Ahora sí. ¿Se escucha como robot? Yo creo que ahora no se escucha como robot.
A lo mejor el audífono también.
No, se te. El. Ya, pero. ¿Qué vamos a hacer? Aló, sí, 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 sí. Sí, pues, pero falta el adaptador, no lo tenemos.
Yo tengo una.
¿Tenía uno?
Aquí no.
¿Ah, no? ¿Tenía uno adaptador? Bueno. A ver, espérame, creo que. Uno, dos, sí, sí, sí. Probando, sí. Probando audio, sí. Espera, hay un desfase. Ah, sé que hay un desfase. Recuerda el desfase. Hay un desfase. Recuerda el desfase. Hay un desfase. Recuerda el desfase. Uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, uno, dos, uno, dos. Uno, dos, sí. ¿No se escucha?
Aló, aló. ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha?
Probando, probando.
Teníamos un problema de audio.
Cristian está silenciado.
Sí, maestro. Buenos días. Mande. Una soda y un agua de coca. Sí, por favor. Disculpen. Me preguntaba algo, maestro. Sí, ya escucho. Muy bien. Muchas gracias. Voy a compartirles entonces la pantalla. Perdón, es que no veía aquí. No veía aquí que ya estaba conectado. Entonces bueno, ya les estoy compartiendo, ¿verdad? Discúlpenme. Ok, muy bien. Gracias a ustedes. Bueno, primero que nada, pues buenos días. Tarde ya para ustedes. Los saludo desde acá, desde el estado de Sonora. Para los que no conocen dónde se ubica, pues somos frontera con el país norteamericano. Estamos aquí en México. Somos un estado vecino al estado de Arizona. Y pues aquí prácticamente es desértico. Mucho desierto y mucho calor. Ahorita es temporada de lluvia, entonces sí nos han tocado ahí climas medio extremosos, pero aquí andamos. Gracias al comité organizador y a la Universidad de Maule, a la Universidad Católica de Maule, por la invitación y el espacio. Y vamos a iniciar. Entonces, el día de hoy les quiero platicar algunos elementos principales que contribuyeron a la realización de un proyecto de investigación que se llevó a cabo en mi formación durante una maestría que cursé en la Universidad de Sonora. Esta investigación, este estudio, tiene dos partes que están divididas más que nada por la parte por la parte de los paradigmas, ¿no? En un principio se utilizó un paradigma cuantitativo para poder llevar a cabo este estudio, y en una segunda etapa, a partir de este fenómeno que nos afectó de manera global, tomó un sentido cualitativo. Entonces me estoy adelantando un poquito a la información que les voy a presentar el día de hoy para que más o menos vayamos contextualizando. Bueno, y en ese sentido, entonces, el tema sobre el uso de las tecnologías de la información y la comunicación se tuvo que reconfigurar y quedó de esta manera. El uso de las TIC en la enseñanza del inglés en las primarias públicas de aquí del estado de Sonora. Estamos ahorita haciendo un comparativo de qué es lo que estaban utilizando los profesores de inglés a nivel primaria aquí en el estado de Sonora previo al COVID, por allá en el 2017, y qué es lo que estaban usando los profesores en el momento en el que el gobierno mexicano dice, vamos a regresar a clases, sí. También yo sé países latinoamericanos también que trabajaron en esa misma lógica, ¿no? ¿Para qué? Principalmente para prevenir que se siguiera propagando el virus SARS-CoV-2. Bueno, entonces, mi nombre es Cristian y este proyecto también formó parte de mi director de tesis, que fue el doctor José Luis Ramírez Romero, que es especialista en enseñanza del inglés y uso de la tecnología. Bueno, el objetivo que persiguió el estudio, les digo, en un principio fue documentar y analizar los usos de las TIC por parte de los profesores de inglés de las primarias públicas del estado y los factores de incidencia. Ahorita les voy a mostrar el modelo teórico que se utilizó, pero prácticamente versa sobre factores a nivel institucional y factores a nivel docente. Les comentaba ahorita que hubo una coyuntura, que fue el COVID-19, y entonces el instrumento que en un principio fue de corte cuantitativo, un cuestionario, se tornó en una entrevista. Entonces, ahí es cuando este enfoque, este componente cualitativo, dio lugar a que pudiera el día de hoy traerles esta presentación, hacer un comparativo entre ambos polos. Bueno, les platico un poquito del marco teórico. El marco teórico conceptual se versa sus fundamentos sobre una parte de factores a nivel escuela, las condiciones de enseñanza, el apoyo técnico y administrativo y la capacitación. A nivel docente se utilizaron se utilizó otro enfoque a nivel que tenía que ver con factores más bien desde la percepción del sujeto. Para ello se utilizaron dos modelos, uno de aceptación y uso de las tecnologías, conocido en inglés como Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, y el otro es el modelo tipo. Entonces, pues tiene varios elementos. El primero, que tiene que ver con, les comentaba, expectativas de funcionamiento, expectativas de esfuerzo, influencia social, condiciones facilitadoras, y el modelo TIPAC tiene que ver con competencias docentes en torno al uso de la tecnología y cómo estos las integran tanto a la ¿sí? Los elementos. Bueno, eso es así a grosso modo en lo que consistió el modelo teórico. Bueno, el diseño de la investigación, les comentaba ahorita, en un principio fue de corte cuantitativo, no experimental, por conveniencia, tiene un alcance transversal y una profundidad tanto descriptivo como inferencial. Les platico rápidamente cómo es que se levantaron estos datos. Aquí en el estado de Sonora existe un programa que se llama Programa Nacional de Inglés. De hecho, es un programa que se ha lanzado en otros estados de la República y que todavía está en calidad de piloto, si mal no recuerdo, y que también tiene un plan de estudios que lo respalda, tiene toda una fundamentación ontológica, epistemológica, y así, ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué fue lo que se hizo? En ese momento, en el 2017, hubo una serie de capacitaciones en el estado. Entonces se concentraron a grupos de maestros en diferentes localidades para darles una capacitación sobre diferentes temáticas, y ahí fue, como decimos aquí, por acá, los agarramos, los voy a decir así de manera coloquial, ¿no? Los agarramos cochitos, decimos por acá, o sea, pudimos aplicarles las encuestas y a ellos fue una encuesta autoadministrada y ellos la contestaron, ¿no? Los análisis que se llevaron a cabo tienen que ver con cuestiones descriptivas en un primer momento, tiene que ver con frecuencia, porcentajes, medias, etcétera, y luego una parte inferencial que tiene que ver con correlación de variables. Esta es la parte cuantitativa. Bueno, paso a la parte de los instrumentos. El instrumento cuantitativo tuvo tres variables principales, ¿no? Tenemos primero los datos sociodemográficos, después las variables dependientes, que son usos y actividades con las tecnologías, y luego las variables independientes, que tienen que ver con... Entonces, nos vamos dando cuenta aquí que el modelo teórico fueron los lentes, fueron nuestras gafas con los que analizamos nuestro objeto de investigación. Es en un primer momento. En un segundo momento, se tomó este instrumento y las preguntas cuantitativas se tornaron cualitativas, ¿sí? Y estas fueron las dimensiones o las categorías que se establecieron, ¿no? Primero una parte de datos sociodemográficos, uso de las TIC, disponibilidad de recursos, apoyo técnico y administrativo, capacitación y creencias. Así fue como creamos las categorías en la parte cualitativa. Ahorita me adelantaba un poquito y les platicaba, ¿no? Lo que vemos acá en el lado izquierdo es el estado de Sonora. Entonces, aquí tenemos tres sedes. Nogales, Hermosillo y Ciudad Obregón, que es donde se levantaron los datos y se llevaron a cabo las capacitaciones. Ahorita yo me encuentro ubicado en la capital de Sonora, que es Hermosillo, y aquí en ese momento, les comentaba, en el 2017, había 109 profesores de inglés laborando. Entonces, en total, en todo el estado, en el 2017 había 608, ese era el universo, y de los 608 se tomó una muestra de 279 profesores. En la muestra cualitativa, que se reconoce que es una muestra pues bastante reducida, pero que puede funcionar como un primer acercamiento al momento que los maestros regresan a las aulas de manera gradual y escalonada. Los participantes fueron 4, ¿no? De un universo, de un universo de 304 profesores, y solamente en el municipio de Hermosillo, ¿sí? En la capital del estado. Entonces vemos que hay un incremento aquí en cuanto al universo, específicamente en la capital del estado, ¿sí? Pero solamente se tomó una muestra de 4 participantes. Ok, resultados. ¿Qué tenemos? En cuanto a uso de las TIC, en la parte cuantitativa nos encontramos que los profesores en el 2017 utilizaban principalmente el correo electrónico. ¿Qué podemos inferir a partir de este resultado? Si nos ponemos a pensar en las funcionalidades del correo electrónico, podríamos decir que se utiliza más que nada para cuestiones administrativas, no tanto que tuviera una injerencia directa en los aprendizajes, en el proceso de enseñanza y aprendizaje, sino más bien periférica, ¿sí? A lo mejor se compartía información por medio de correo, se almacenaba, entendemos que el correo tiene otras funciones, otras aplicaciones como el Drive, a lo mejor almacenaban ahí información, recursos, se ponían en contacto con otros docentes, quizás compartían experiencias, etcétera, ¿no? Pero bueno, eso es lo que indicaron los maestros que utilizaban mayormente, el correo electrónico. Por otra parte, tenemos los factores a nivel institución y los factores a nivel docente. A nivel institución, se encontró que todos los factores influían de manera negativa. O sea, no había ni disponibilidad de recursos, no había ni apoyo técnico administrativo, los maestros percibían que no había capacitación y los recursos eran inadecuados al contexto en el que se ubicaban. Sin embargo, uno de los factores que tuvo mayor peso fue la disponibilidad de recursos. Y no porque no hubiera, sino que cuando se entiende la disponibilidad de recursos, se comprende que esta abarca otras áreas. Quizás estaban los recursos disponibles, pero eran obsoletos porque la Secretaría no les daba mantenimiento, porque la Secretaría los había descuidado, porque entendemos que un aparato como una computadora, por ejemplo, necesita estarse actualizando constantemente y necesita estarse le dando mantenimiento. Si no, pues va a entrar en desuso, porque los maestros, por lo menos aquí en las escuelas que los preparan para ejercer la docencia, no ven esa parte técnica, sino más bien cómo implementarlo dentro de sus aulas. Ahora, a nivel docente, los maestros dijeron, bueno, no tenemos los recursos, pero consideramos que las tecnologías sirven para facilitar mi enseñanza como un vehículo de enseñanza y percibo que la tecnología puede ser utilizada, puede ser de fácil manejo. Sin embargo, en cuanto a la infraestructura, es inadecuada y realmente no consideraron que tuviera una influencia lo que opinaran los jefes inmediatos sobre si utilizaban o no la tecnología. Entonces, era más como una decisión a criterio personal, ¿no? Así como que, bueno, pues la voy a usar, pero realmente no es algo que tenga que saber mi director, directora, etcétera, ¿no? Y por otra parte, los maestros se percibieron con altos niveles de competencia, tanto técnica como pedagógica y de contenido en torno al uso de las TIC. Me voy sobre los usos, la parte cualitativa. Aquí hubo un cambio porque tuvimos una coyuntura, ¿sí? El fenómeno COVID que desplazó a los maestros, bueno, a toda la comunidad escolar, a toda la comunidad educativa a una modalidad remota, permitió que se diversificaran otros recursos, ¿sí? Vamos a clasificarlo en dos partes, hardware y software. En cuanto a hardware, encontramos que los maestros utilizaban ahora el teléfono celular y la computadora. En cuanto a software, empezaron a utilizar WhatsApp para, por ejemplo, mandar tareas, ¿sí? Enviar y recibir tareas. Empezaron a utilizar los formularios Google. Aquí en las escuelas se piden a los maestros, y yo estoy seguro que por allá en Chile también les exigen la parte administrativa, que haya un diagnóstico para que el maestro tenga de dónde partir, por lo menos en el nivel de educación básica, ¿no? Que comprende primaria, aquí comprende preescolar, que sería el kindergarten, la primaria, que sería el equivalente a elementary school, y luego tenemos middle school, que es igual a secundaria, preparatoria, que es el bachiller, y así, ¿no? Encontramos que los maestros utilizan las videoconferencias Zoom, estaban utilizando el Google Classroom, el Google Meet, los videos de la plataforma YouTube y los juegos y juegos interactivos. Aquí podemos rescatar esto del Zoom, ¿no? Como un recurso. Y vemos que no necesariamente tuvo que haber una capacitación en el uso del Zoom para que los maestros lo utilizaran. Hay un concepto que se llama agencialidad, que era más que nada la voluntad del maestro, que se dirige más que nada a eso, la voluntad del maestro de buscar mejorar sus prácticas de enseñanza, porque bueno, mandaban tareas, se daban cuenta que enviaban trabajos, pero que los alumnos o no los hacían, no los revisaban, los papás no contaban con el recurso económico para pagar datos de internet, y pues los maestros se veían en la necesidad de alternar un poquito sus prácticas, ¿no? ¿Qué vehículo utilizaban para poder distribuir tanto su enseñanza como los contenidos de su materia? Bueno, entonces sí vemos que hay un cambio, ¿no? Hay un cambio tanto cualitativo como cuantitativo en cuanto al uso de las tecnologías. Bueno, ahora hablamos de disponibilidad de recursos. Vemos que aquí los maestros, la percepción... Sí, perdón. Entonces vemos que hay... Gracias por el aviso. Entonces vemos que los maestros, hay una percepción de que cuentan con los recursos, pero ahora durante la pandemia, como no hubo una supervisión real con las escuelas, no hubo robos en las escuelas, los maestros regresaron y no había equipos de cómputo. Entonces, pues hay un descuido de parte del Estado, ¿no? ¿Hay un apoyo técnico y administrativo? Sí. Algunos dicen que no, otros dicen, bueno, es que sí lo hubo, pero en el momento de la pandemia todo estaba revuelto, no sabíamos por dónde partir, etcétera, ¿no? Capacitación, sí hubo cambios en capacitación, dicen algunos maestros. Al principio hubo capacitaciones, después ya no tanto, ¿no? Sobre todo se trabajó en el área afectiva, Bueno, y el uso, las creencias, los maestros siguen pensando que las tecnologías son buenas para su enseñanza y sirven como algo esencial y cuentan con altos recursos, altos niveles de competencia. Bueno, es necesario que las secretarías elaboren, en caso de que nos vayamos a otra situación pandémica, elaboren un plan de acción para ir previendo todas estas situaciones y que no nos tome de sorpresa. Esa tiene que ver con un diagnóstico de qué es lo que utilizan los maestros y sobre ese diagnóstico crear acciones de capacitación, pero además que los maestros mismos tengan los recursos y los alumnos cuenten con los recursos para poder llevar clases de manera virtual. Y ya con eso cierro. Ahorita ya les expliqué lo de la agencialidad. Ahí les dejo una pequeña reflexión que tiene que ver con la voluntad del maestro, de siempre querer mejorar, pese a las condiciones, sus prácticas de enseñanza. Y bueno, no sé si haya espacio para dudas, unas preguntas. Gracias.
Acá, Bruno, por favor.
Buenos días en Sonora.
Buenos días.
Acá Bruno Ramírez, yo lo contacté por correo. Me alegro mucho que haya aceptado la invitación, nos honra mucho tener la visión, la perspectiva, ¿cierto?, de un investigador desde México y ver, ¿cierto?, de alguna manera cuáles son las similitudes y diferencias que tenemos con nuestro país. Mi consulta va, don Cristian, en relación a la formación inicial docente o en realidad de los profesores que ustedes entrevistaron y de su experiencia. En relación a la formación de los profesores, ¿se incorpora algún tipo de formación digital en los docentes que sea gradual, progresiva y que de alguna manera se les enseñe a los docentes que se están preparando o que están formando se están formando en sus carreras, cómo usar ciertas plataformas, cómo usar ciertas software o hardware y de alguna manera esto está en una suerte como de escala ascendente dentro de la formación inicial docente? ¿Cómo es la situación en Sonora, México?
Ok. Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Sí, de hecho, en las universidades formadoras de docentes, bueno, en las instituciones, voy a llamarle porque hay instituciones especializadas que se llaman normales, ¿sí? Las normales pedagógicas, aquí, no solamente en el estado, sino a nivel nacional. Y hay universidades que cuentan con carreras orientadas hacia la formación docente. Entonces, desde ahí hay especialidades, muchos de los planes de estudio cuentan con especialidades para formar a docentes en torno al uso de las tecnologías. Entendemos que se entiende que aquí hay un factor importante, ¿no? Y es que muchos de los docentes, no solamente de inglés, sino en general, no tuvieron esa formación en algún momento y entonces la Secretaría pues se da cuenta de que se necesita esa parte de capacitación y entonces empiezan a ofertar capacitaciones muy al principio de la pandemia. Ahora, yo les cuento algo que viví porque también, aparte de hacer investigación, pues yo soy docente de primaria. Cuando inició la pandemia y se nos planteó la modalidad remota, hubo mucha incertidumbre, hubo mucho miedo, había una cantidad estratosférica de cursos. Eran muchos los cursos que se nos querían impartir al mismo tiempo. Entonces los maestros, pues además de tener el compromiso de formar a los alumnos, de seguir con ellos, pues tenían que llevar los cursos a la par. Entonces para ellos era un poco complicado esa parte. Entonces ya no sabían si acudir a la capacitación del Microsoft Teams, ya no sabían si acudir a la capacitación del Google Teams, ya no sabían si acudir a la capacitación del 21st Century Skills, que tenía que ver con la enseñanza del inglés. Y otro elemento era que si bien a los maestros se les capacitaba sobre estas aplicaciones, muchas de estas capacitaciones solamente eran cuestiones técnicas. ¿Qué hacía falta aquí? Hacía falta el componente pedagógico. El componente pedagógico de saber cómo, de qué manera integrarlo a mis prácticas de enseñanza. Porque a veces los maestros se quedaban un poco cortos en cuanto a ideas. Les comento, pese a que muchos de ellos han llevado formación en cuanto a los uso de las TIC en sus universidades, ¿no? O sea, ya y entendemos que las tecnologías pues también van cambiando de manera exponencial. No sé si respondí a su pregunta, maestro.
Sí, muchas gracias, Cristian. Creo que alcanzaría espacio para una observación más o comentario, ¿no? Acá está el último comentario.
Hola, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Acá William González. Mire, mi consulta va ligada a cómo las tecnologías pueden ser un medio inclusivo, pero también pueden ser un medio muy excluyente dependiendo la situación socioeconómica de la población. Por lo tanto, como también usted es docente, mi pregunta es, ¿qué podemos hacer nosotros como docentes o futuros profesores para hacer que las nuevas tecnologías, las tecnologías de la comunicación, de la información, sean cada vez un medio más inclusivo y cada vez un medio menos excluyente.
Ok, muy bien. Uy, es una pregunta que... Muy buena pregunta, ¿eh? Muchas gracias. Muy buena pregunta. Bueno, hay ciertas corrientes, ¿no? Que argumentan que los cambios sustanciales en los sistemas, ¿no? Bueno, en las organizaciones que se ubican dentro de los sistemas, hablando del principio de complejidad, provienen desde arriba, ¿no? Desde las instituciones. Entonces, yo creo que como docentes debemos de asumir un rol también de investigador. No solamente se trata de que nos den el plan de estudios y lo apliquemos tal cual, ¿no? Porque siempre, pues, hasta debemos de hacer esos ajustes que les llaman, por acá, en alguna parte leí, en la bibliografía especializada, se le llama ajuste razonable, ¿no? ¿Para qué? Para precisamente hacer la clase más inclusiva, ¿no? Pensando, pues, que los seres humanos somos altamente heterogéneos y pues se nos presentan situaciones muy diversas. Entonces, creo que debemos de ponernos esa batuta de investigador y empezar a documentar ciertas prácticas que nosotros realizamos con tecnología, los que lo hacen. Por ejemplo, si yo estoy utilizando PowerPoint, por ejemplo, para elaborar Jeopardies, para poder enseñar, me voy a ubicar en el contexto de enseñanza del inglés, para a lo mejor repasar, empezar a documentar eso. Creo que sería muy viable y aquí en México se está haciendo de alguna manera, ¿no? Pese a que es una macroestructura la educativa, pero que se empezaran a documentar esas prácticas y que en de la parte institucional ellos vean y consideren de primera mano qué es lo que están usando los maestros. Entonces, al hacer un diagnóstico de qué es lo que están utilizando los maestros, la institución pueda proporcionar a las personas, a la comunidad educativa, las herramientas necesarias para poder utilizar la tecnología, porque es cierto, eso es muy importante. La tecnología, si bien por algunas personas es pensada como, es que es más incluyente, facilita más la vida de las personas. Bueno, hay personas que por condiciones socioeconómicas, culturales y de otra índole, incluso políticas, no tienen acceso. O sea, hubo muchos, y yo estoy seguro que es el caso de Chile, hubo muchos alumnos que no se podían conectar porque no tenían dinero para poder pagar un servicio de internet. Entonces, creo que nos hace falta todavía mucho en cuanto a tecnología, nos hace falta todavía avanzar bastante, sobre todo que vimos que se puede usar, puede ser una herramienta pues que nos puede facilitar muchas cosas, pero que al mismo tiempo puede excluir. Entonces, creo que ya para cerrar, como docente debemos de evidenciar, apuntar hacia qué problemáticas en nuestros contextos estamos viviendo y documentarlas y exponerlas, ya sea en consejos técnicos, en este tipo de espacios, y ¿por qué no? O sea, hacer propuestas, ¿no? No sé si respondí su duda, Daniel.
Sí, muchas gracias, Cristian. Despedimos a Cristian con un gran saludo, por favor. De Ranjiva Rajan, sí, a las 3 de la tarde, así que por favor tengan en consideración eso. Now is the moment for the lunch, so there are many restaurants for each one. Yeah, there are no cheese, only one restaurant for all the Congress, so there is many over there. However, there is an space, two space, yeah. Is 2 blocks over in the center direction of the city. So someone of us, let's go to there for lunch. And if any one of you, we want to go with us, yeah, is invited. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much,
Gracias.
Cristian. Gracias, Cristian.